Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Shukran. Félicitations. The clerk, I invite you to give us the proceedings program.
Excellence, Chief Fortune.
Your Excellency Chief Fortune Charambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the national parliaments, dear experts, dear invited guests, with your permission, Mr. President, I should like to remind everyone that yesterday was dedicated to opening remarks, and those were the speech of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and then the declaration of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and then the speech from the guest of honor. Following the opening speeches, there were presentations, amongst others, one on AFC-FTA that emphasized the progress on the implementation of the AFC-FTA and the role of parliaments in enabling intra-Africa trade. After that, there were plenary discussions. Thereafter, there was a presentation on strengthening the role of parliaments in continental integration. That presentation highlighted the domestication and oversight of African Union treaties, and that was presented by the representative of the Office of the Legal Counsel, AUC. The last presentation was on parliamentary diplomacy, negotiation, and mediation for peace and stability. Presentation made by APRM, followed by very interesting discussions. Today, a presentation has been planned on digital transformation and artificial intelligence for inclusive development. Harnessing artificial intelligence, legislative responses to digital governance challenges. This presentation will be given by Dr. Anthony Veyanga, Director of Programs of the African Center for Research and Health. Mr. President, with your permission, I should like to invite Dr. Anthony to come to the podium and make his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Excellencies. Habari ya asubuhi, assalamu alaikum. I'm very much honored to stand before you, President, Your Excellency President, Honorable Clerk and Deputy Clerk of this Parliament, Excellency, Speakers of Parliaments across the continent, on behalf of African Population and Health Research Center, I'm very much honored to stand before you this morning to walk you through a brief explanation on artificial intelligence and how it can be used to accelerate development in Africa. My presentation is divided into two parts, and I would like to take this opportunity also to introduce to you what is African Population Health Research Center, so you're familiar with what we do. African Population Health Research Center is a Pan-African entity that was set up about 2 decades ago with headquarters in Nairobi and regional offices in Dakar, Senegal. Our vision is to transform lives in Africa through research and policy, and our mission is to generate evidence to strengthen research, related capacity in the African R&D ecosystem, and engaging policy to inform action on health and development. We work across 35 countries on the continent. We have different streams of work that is ongoing in these different countries, and some of which are countries that you come from. And we work with PAP very closely as part of our mission to build capacity of parliamentarians and speakers on various subjects, including AI and development in Africa. And our work spans across 3 major areas. As I said, research is critical, policy, translation, and capacity strengthening. We are about 330 employees and 100 PhD African scientists and scholars housed at APHRC who are doing very good work for the continent. In terms of our program for research, we have, and I'll just walk quickly, we have 4 major programs. We have health and well-being program, which is doing a lot of studies, some of which I'll be citing, on nutrition and food systems, on reproductive health, on chronic diseases, on health system strengthening and emerging and re-emerging infections. We have human development. We have population dynamics and urbanization. And then we have data science and evaluation, which is the essence of our talk today. We do policy translation in terms of advocacy, in terms of visibility, in terms of synergy, in terms that is research communication or rather science communication to citizens so they understand the findings of our work. And then we also do capacity strengthening at the individual level, the way we have done for members of parliament the last 2 days over the weekend. Institutions, we build capacity for universities, we build capacities for government institutions, and we also invigorate R&D within the broader systemic ecosystem through bringing countries together, bringing regulations that actually can help energize R&D in Africa. Now, that was brief. I usually go into the details, but I don't want to go into the details because I think what is before us is much more critical, and that I know the President has mentioned it will be important for you to hear. So the fundamental question, and I start this presentation, Excellencies, AI in Africa. Are we consumers or are we creators of AI? That's the first question that we need to ask ourselves as we sit and lead our parliaments in our respective jurisdictions. I know you are familiar. It's a buzzword. You are familiar with AI, but allow me to indulge you for a minute to just give you some basics of what AI is. So you can define AI as the ability of a machine or a computer to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. Things that you do now, you can dictate and tell your phone, "Hi Siri, do this. How Gemini, do this." These days in meetings like this, as I speak, there's an app that is summarizing my conversation. They can synthesize the key issues. It can capture everything. Algorithms serve as the backbone of every AI system, providing the instruction that guide the system to process and analyze data. So AI is about coding. People sitting, developing very serious, complicated codes that can do a lot more. I have seen in some instances AI, people are performing remote surgeries from one part of the globe to the other part of the globe, and AI can actually do that in health. These algorithms are tailored to the specific task at hand, such as recognizing images or processing languages. You have seen these days in the era of disinformation and misinformation, where AI is used to project your face and you have never been there, or to crop you out, or to even crop your voice when you're not there. That's the era we are in. And AI models are trained using vast data set and represent the task or a problem they aim to address, as well as learning patterns from that data. What does this mean? This is a very powerful statement. The models we are using right now, are they reflective of African realities? AI, the DeepSeek, was invented in Kenya. OpenAI, in China, DeepSeek. OpenAI, Americans. All these models are developed from the West. They have data from the West. They reflect cultural norms and expectations, and you can think of many other things of the West. Data is critical. And what's the role of Africa? Can we develop these codes and feed in our data? Can we develop these codes and feed in our language? Think of an AI that is speaking Swahili. Think of an AI that is speaking Zulu. Think of an AI that is speaking Tswana. Think of an AI that speaks your vernacular language. Who can do that? We know the world history tells us, for example, countries that have adapted their own languages have developed faster. They have innovated faster. Can we use AI to leapfrog development in Africa? The answer is resoundingly yes, it is possible. Now, there are three types of AI, Your Excellencies. And there's generative AI, which is the ChatGPT. We all use ChatGPT in one way or the other. You tell ChatGPT, who is the speaker of this country, and what do? They will summarize your profile to the precise information, 95%, and then you edit, you're good to go. That we call generative AI. So this brings out new content as text, images, music-based. You can actually tell it, write slides for me, presentation on AI. It will generate for you. And you just export out, boom, you have your slides. You can tell ChatGPT anything. In fact, my colleague here the other day was saying, she was throwing a joke and said, you can instruct ChatGPT how to kill a president. It'll say, oh, good luck. You'll never succeed. It can tell you. It can tell you. Okay? But what I'm trying to say, we have generative AI, which is very powerful, and it's being used now. We have agentic AI. Agentic AI performs tasks autonomously and can pursue goals by interacting with its environment. Air ticketing. These days you go, you scan, you do this, agentic AI. It processes for you. We don't have to worry. And I'll play a video of my colleague who was in China, and she was in a hotel, and AI did magic. And then we have AI agents. Now, these are robots. I'll talk about it. Robots. Last week, I was in New York for Unga, and I walked down one street, and I saw a robot like a dog. I wish I had recorded that video. It was walking like a dog, running like a dog, going around like a dog. We call those AI agents. Now, in this era where we have robotics are taking shape to our development, can we stay behind and wait for the train, for the wagon to pass? The answer is no. We have powers. We have a role to play. With our demographic dividend, Africa has so much potential to tap into the AI. This is an example of, I will play the video on the left panel, right on your side. This is a robot. A robot. My colleague was in China a few weeks ago. She called reception to ask for towels. Usually when you do that in our hotels here in South Africa, what do? You expect a human face, right? To come and knock. To her surprise, It was a robot that brought the towel, and you can see it's moving. And the robot comes to your door. I am XYZ. Can you open your door, please? I've brought your towels. And you think it's a human. You open, you find it's a robot. She was like, what is going on? But that's technology, that's AI. That's AI for you, Your Excellencies. As Africans, when can we get there? You go to China, they are way advanced on AI, extremely advanced. The tensions that we see in the big powers of this world, it's because of such technological innovations. And they put intentional efforts to get there. Can Africa do that? Of course we can. And I hope by the end of this presentation, I'll have convinced you to have a different perspective when you go back home to lead your parliaments. Now, what's the future of AI? Let's come to basics now. I was trying to get your mind ready into the shape. Yes. Sorry? Oh, apologies. So the president is advising me to, there's another presentation, to pause, and then I will continue. I think I can stop here for now. We have gotten the appetite, Your Excellencies. I think now you'll be waiting eagerly to hear what I'm going to say next. So allow me to stop, and then I'll come and continue after the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies. I just would like to explain that the reason why this presentation has been interrupted is that we're expecting someone from Brussels to intervene on the same topic, and he has indicated that he has a very short period of time to make a very short presentation of 10 minutes. Can IT on board the speaker, please?
Madam Clerk, the speaker is not online yet.
Okay. So, Dr. Anthony, please continue then.
I bring the chart. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President and Madam Speaker, Madam Clerk. Your Excellencies, allow me to continue. Now, the future of AI. When we think of AI, we might think it's something in your gadgets. We might think it's the app that we use. But there's a lot of economic potential for AI. Globally, it is estimated the value of AI is about $16.5 trillion. Out of that, 0.4 trillion is value of AI in our economies, which is approximately 2.5% of the global AI market. So far we have a very tiny share, only 2.5%. If we make the right decision as a continent, if we make the right decisions as countries, we are likely to see a lot more than 2.5%. So what is the potential value? The potential value between 2024 and 2030 on the continent is approximately $2.9 trillion. CFTA is a $3.4 trillion market value. AI alone, CFTA is trade across the continent, intra-African trade. It's a 3.4 trillion USD market value for CFTA. AI alone is $2.9 trillion. That goes to say, if we embrace AI, we are likely to see a big change in our economies. That's the value we are seeing. That's the value we are sitting on. Your Excellencies, allow me to quote Hemang Jani from the World Bank, who said, "It is important that we move AI from a buzzword to a practical tool." We talk about AI this, digital transformation, this and that and that. Let's now get into the action mode. The true potential of this technology lies in enabling organizations to ask and answer questions that were previously impossible with human systems alone. So let's move from what we call NATO, no action, talk only. Let's move to action. Let's move to embracing AI in our countries, in our parliaments, to be able to derive benefits of AI. But as I said earlier, AI requires data. Okay? AI requires data. Without data, there's no AI. Otherwise, it will be AI that is fed from the data that is coming from outside, which does not speak to our narrative, does not speak to our context, and most often does not reflect our African needs. Very critical. So we need to be in control. We need to ensure that our data goes into the AI to give us solutions to our needs. And if you look at the usage of data set, you can actually see America, there's a huge usage of data set. In Africa, there are some, look at Asia, huge. Africa, very tiny on this map. Last week, when we had a meeting in UNGA in New York, the deputy chair of AU had this to say, very powerful. She said, "The hand that holds Africa's data will be the hand that will drive Africa's future." And she insisted, the hand that holds Africa's data will be the hand that will drive Africa's future. And I insist too. Your Excellencies, what rules, what regulations do we pass in our parliaments regarding data? What policies do we need to enact in our countries regarding data? On Sunday, we polled your members of parliament here. They had very interesting feedback to share, and I will share some of the results on what are their own country experiences, which were very eye-opening. And it goes to say we have a lot of work to do to take advantage of AI if we are to leapfrog Africa's development. AI builds on languages, what we call large languages models. Africa has how many languages? Africa has over 2,000 languages. Okay? 2,000 languages. Now, less than 1% of our languages are in AI. Whoever controls the language controls the narrative. It's a fact. Sometimes, unfortunately, Your Excellency President, allow me to say this. Speaking good English, we think it's a measure of intelligence. No. Perhaps we should start speaking, and I should change Kiswahili. Habari ya mchana, habari ya. We should be proud of our languages. We should speak our own languages. So we are able to tell our story better. But only less than 1% of our languages are captured in the AI models. And yet we want to use AI to leapfrog development. How? So we need to do something about it. And we have young scientists, young scholars on this continent who are capable, who are skilled, who are busy thinking. What we need is to create an enabling environment for them to thrive. The question to you, Your Excellencies, is what are you going to do with your parliament, with all these facts that I'm sharing? Allow me to engage you on that. Allow me to challenge you, but don't sanction me, please. Let's talk about talent in Africa. By 2100, almost half of the African youth will be in Africa. We are approximately 1.5 billion people. 65% of 1.5 billion people are young people below the age of 25. That's fact. But let's look at the talent. In 1950, share the world youth was 10%. You can see where Africa is. In 2010, 17%, where Africa is. In 2050, it will be 33% of the world population for the young people. In 2100, 46%. The future of the world, the global economy, Africa is holding everything together. It's a fact. Now, can we be passively left behind? Can this wave of AI leave us behind, this wagon that is moving so fast? We have a role to play in our legislature, in our assemblies, in our countries. How do we support governments? How do we support our people? Factual 65 Africans are less than 25 years. Africa will be the place to consume AI, but shape the market of AI. We are now attractive. Our presidents go to America. When Biden said, Africa meeting, we will run quickly. China, because we are the consumer market of their products. It's a fact. Everyone has a strategy for Africa, except Africa has no strategy for all the other players. Americans have strategy for us. British have strategy for us. Canadians they've all released their strategies. But do we have a strategy on how we respond to these partners and development partners that we have? The answer is no. We are divided. We don't take advantage of this. We become a consumer market instead of being a creator. We have a demographic dividend that is not fully enacted. The environment is not enabling. What are we going to do? Africa AI market is similar to India. India and China, they are making this progress because of huge population. Our population is our asset. But are we enacting enough regulations, policies, and laws that are enabling our people to thrive, that are enabling our people to invest? The other day I was talking about R&D investment in Africa. We are barely 0.8%. The world global average is 1.6%. Israel is a small country. They're investing approximately 6% of their GDP in R&D. See how many things they are doing. Africa, South Africa has 0.6%. That's what they're leading, 0.6% of GDP in R&D. That's South Africa's leading. The other countries, they are very minute. We don't value R&D. We don't value scientific innovation. We don't invest enough. And now AI is here with us. Before we know, if we don't take action, this wave will pass. So look at the talent landscape in Africa. The talent readiness. South Africa, Tunisia, Egypt. These are countries that are taking this initiative seriously. Number of higher education institutions offering AI or machine learning. You can see close to 85%, 85 higher education institutions offering AI and machine learning programs in North Africa. Tunisia is leading, and Morocco and Egypt. Less than 10% is incorporated in Gen AI in sub-Saharan Africa. The rest of sub-Saharan Africa, and this is true because when we polled the MPs, only 16 countries have legislation on AI. The rest of the African countries don't have. When we asked your colleagues from your parliaments, they said they don't even know whether there are laws or AI. They have no clue. And yet we are talking of AI for leapfrogging Africa's development. I think it's time to wake up, Your Excellencies. It's time to act and not talk. It's time to empower our governments and our people, if at all we are to take advantage of artificial intelligence. All these are statistics. All these that are you can see on the screen are statistics. They are painting one big picture, one big message. Africa is ready to rise, but we can only rise if we wake up and decide to do so. We have the capacity, we have the resources, we have the people. What we need is taking actions. Let's look at the Africa data center landscape. To have AI fully functional, we need to think of infrastructure, very critical. Now, we understand our government have meager resources to prioritize. We have development needs, we have debts to pay, and yet we have infrastructure to invest in. The government should not do everything. You have private sector. Empower private sector. Pass laws that are encouraging, are enabling for private sector in your countries to thrive. They should be the one to run these investments so that the government can focus on other important things. As you can actually see, Africa on average, from the GSMA report, we need about 700 data centers. But you can actually see the distribution of data centers. You can't run AI without data centers. These are serious, heavy infrastructure that is needed. Capacity, current capacity, 450 megawatts, with approximately 1.4 gigawatts planned, still less than 1% of global capacity. Why is it matters? Data centers, they power AI. They provide digital services. They offer what we call cloud computing and online businesses. Low capacity limits growth and efficiency. We have young people whom we struggle to find jobs for them. But if they're empowered, they're trained on AI, they can create jobs. Alibaba is doing that in China. We are buying things from Facebook. Facebook right now, if you go, you see a lot of adverts. You can order, it gets to your door. Alibaba is doing it. Why not us? God created us with capacities and abilities like them. I think it's about time for us, Your Excellencies, to take action. And there are key investors here who are involved. If you ask how many of these have African control and stake, very little. So there are opportunities to build capacities. Of course, we have challenges on high cost, power supply limitation, infrastructure gap can slow expansion, connectivity. In 2019, UNCTAD released a report on digital transformation in Africa. And I'll quote a few of the things that they mentioned. One out of 5 Africans have connection to internet because internet is costly. You are regulating laws in your respective countries, Your Excellencies. It's time to look into it. 2, connectivity in Africa is a challenge. Broadband has spread all over, but still connecting is a challenge. What are we going to do about this? And high cost of mobile money, mobile transactions, high cost of mobile connectivity. These are things that if we have to empower Africa, we need to look into them from the law side of the equation and see how you can work with private sector and MNOs in your respective countries to boost Africa's development. How many can recognize the photo on the screen? If you're not from Zimbabwe. If you're from Zimbabwe, please don't, Your Excellency. I want to see if other countries can recognize the face on the screen. Can somebody try? This is our very own. I know Zimbabweans will take pride. Strive Maisiwa, the African billionaire who is busy building Africa's tech empire, building capacity, investing in data centers in Africa. But this is one man who is taking on the entire continent, and we are all here in our respective jurisdictions, in our places, in dockets where we have powers and we can move things. So even with planned growth, Africa remains far behind other regions, critical for hosting local AI workloads. There's limited power slows operations, disrupt services, increases cost, and limits AI. Time for private sector to invest in data centers is now. So when we act, when we sit in our respective chambers in our countries, let's look at private sector as a player. And of course, research institutions like EPHRC, where we actually generate knowledge that is needed to experiment and do more and more on AI innovations. Now I'm coming to your comfort zone. Data policies and regulations. Implication for data collection. You can see the African map. This is the uptake of Malabo Convention across different countries. Malabo Convention, which, by the way, Your Excellencies, needs to be revisited now that we have AI and emerging technologies on our doors. Is it realistic, or is this something that we need to take a step back, upgrade, so we have a framework that governs how we engage going forward? This map shows the distribution of uptake of Malabo Convention. You can see national strategies, countries that have ratified, countries that have not signed. The blue ones have not signed. The light blue ones, they have ratified. There are those that have signed, they have not ratified. And we are in the era of AI, Your Excellencies. We want to leapfrog and take advantage of. If we don't have legal frameworks, if your respective countries have not ratified, how can we leapfrog? There's AU Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy 2024. There's AU Data Policy Framework 2024. The AU Data Transformation Framework 2022. All of these are new legislations that countries need to ratify. Countries need to approve for such innovations to happen at the fast pace that we wish to see. But if that has not happened, Your Excellencies, I indulge you, I implore you, when you go home to your parliament, we will share these slides. You can start asking, where are these? We need to pass these. We have our young people who are hungry. We have private sector who are hungry to invest. But they can't do that if there are no mechanisms to regulate. And you are in charge of that. You are the custodian of that, Your Excellencies. They say data moves at the speed of trust. Madam Clerk? Okay. I'm told to drink some water so someone else can join. So I'll come back. Thank you so much.
Yes, we do apologize, Dr. Anthony. It's all in the spirit of collaboration. So, Excellencies, the speaker that is now confirmed to be online is Honorable Brando Benifei. He's a member of the European Parliament in Brussels. And he, within the EU Parliament, he is the European Union Parliamentary Rapporteur on AI. And so he is now to be connected. If ITC can confirm. Okay, he's there.
Yes,
You have the floor, sir.
here. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, as you might see, that I'm connected from a car, but we arranged a bit last minute this connection just yesterday, but I was very happy to accept, even if only briefly, to address your excellencies on the topic of AI regulation. I have seen you were discussing this now, and I will be happy to also stay and listen to further discussions. I had the chance to speak with the Pan-African Parliament session on this just a few days ago. And I want to send you a clear message. The European Union and the European Parliament, first of all, is interested and committed to work together with the African continent to build a common strategy on AI. You were showing earlier how many initiatives are being taken already in different ways. And I can say that the EU has taken a clear direction by having first a series of study committees and hearings, so to understand better what are the implications of AI on our society, on the changes that it's bringing, positive and also negative. And after some time with the studying of the subject in the European Parliament, we advanced a proposal for regulation. And in fact, this is what we have today. We ended up approving a legislation, the first in the world of this kind, that horizontally treats the issue of risks associated with the use of AI, risks for health, risk of discrimination, risks for fundamental rights, to be safe on the use of AI so that all the advantages on the use of AI can be for everyone in a safe context. So we say that we want to have a human-centric AI that is respectful of workers, of consumers, of small and medium-sized businesses, of the local institutions, of democratic practices. This is our effort, and we have done that by putting some rules like checking for sensitive use cases of AI, like workplace use of AI, medical use of AI, public administration use of AI, quality and appropriateness of data used to train the AI system. So to contrast discrimination and bad training of AI. And also cybersecurity standards. And also human control. Because we want to be sure that humans control the AI and not the other way around, especially looking at the most powerful AI systems. Also, we have prohibited some use cases of AI. We do not want unregulated use of biometric cameras that can be used for surveillance on citizens. We do not want emotional recognition in workplaces and in study places, because we think that's a pressure on workers and students that we do not want. We prohibited the manipulative techniques, subliminal manipulative techniques through AI. So these are some examples of some use cases that we prohibited. We want to not have these use cases in Europe. Also, I can tell you that we decided to strengthen transparency on AI. More knowledge by the big developers, often non-European and non-African, to make our businesses, our public administration, be more aware of what are the characteristics, the problems, the risks of systems that are sold by the big developers. So more transparency, more knowledge, and also making AI-generated content recognizable. So to be sure that we do not end with a lot of disinformation or crimes committed by using generative AI. It's already happening. So because they can create very realistic fake videos and audios that are used to commit unlawful behaviors. So we are determining a requirement of transparency in making AI-generated content recognizable as that. And also, we are pushing with this law more fairness in the relation between the development of AI and the creative sector. We want our artists to be fairly remunerated by the fact that they created content, music, pictures, movies that are used to train the AI systems, but today they often get no payment for that. Their material created by humans is used to train the systems, but the original creators, human creators, get no remuneration. So these are some examples of what we have done with this legislation. Now we are also pushing for more cooperation to develop computational capabilities, knowledge and training for the population. I think that on all those topics, both on the regulatory aspects and on the investments and the development of AI capacity, we need to work together more. And the European Parliament is ready to engage with African parliaments so that we can develop a common work, as we are doing already with this dialogue on your AI strategy. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you with some concepts coming from this work on AI regulation. But as I said, I think we can be also partners, not only for finding common rules, but also common investment in a human-centric AI that is not in the hands only of a few powers in the world, both states or private companies. We need to enlarge the number of actors, and so EU and Africa can really work together.
We wish to thank you for that presentation. That has been very insightful. We thank you for confirming the collaboration that the European Union has with the African Parliament, and for confirming the importance of AI and all its benefits, but also cautioning for the need for legislative control, regulation, particularly in light of the implications for labor, for jobs, for privacy, implications on health and human rights. And therefore, we thank you for those comments and your insight. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Anthony back to conclude his presentation.
Maybe if he's still available, we can allow for some engagement with him on issues he has raised before he comes back.
All right. Is he still on?
Yeah, I'm here, but I have a flight now. I can answer one question. I'm sorry I can't be available for more time, but I hope we can do further discussions. But I can answer one question if there is one. Okay, thank you.
Any question directed to European Parliament? If none, right. A question on that side, where?
Yeah.
Please, sorry. Advocate, the Speaker, Advocate Mdenda, who else? Yeah, there'll be two, don't worry. Okay, now, so Speaker Mdenda can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the presenter tell us to what extent the European Union legislation on AI has succeeded to regulate the application of AI?
Thank you. You can proceed.
Yes, I will answer, and then I'm sorry. Yeah, I will answer, then I'm sorry I will have to go, but thank you for the question. That's very important because we need to be sure that legislation that we do is actually working. So the AI Act, this legislation, has just started its implementation. I'm very much involved in this work to make it function, so to, in fact, make the implementation work. And so I can tell you that it already had an indirect effect of pushing many companies to behave like if the law was already applied, because instead some parts of the legislation will become fully applicable in August 2026. So there is still time. But some parts are already applied. For example, the prohibited uses that I mentioned earlier are already in place. And also we are starting to apply now the transparency measures. So it seems to me that things are moving in the right direction. Obviously, it's a challenge to implement legislation on an issue that is involving so much power, so much economic interest, and with very powerful entities developing the AI, and that sometimes might prefer not to be regulated. So we are having one challenge, I would say, that is to have strong enforcement institutions. We have an European AI office in the European Commission that has a function of implementing the legislation. But as European Parliament, we have been saying it clearly that we need to strengthen the AI office, because the things it has to do, so the tasks it has to follow are very demanding. And so we need to strengthen not only the legislation, which is, I would say, a good law, but also the enforcement capacities. So this is the challenge that is ongoing. But we are following very closely as Parliament this implementation, and I have to say that things are moving in the right direction. We are now also working, as I said earlier, on increasing the AI computational capabilities of the European Union, because we think that for the law to be applicable and to be strong in its implementation, we also need to be competitive overall on AI development. Things are, to some extent, interconnected. So these are some reflections and answers on what you just asked me. But now I really have to go, but thank you very much, and let's stay in touch. I think we should continue this dialogue. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Anthony, you can proceed. How many minutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am back. And I hope I'll finish now. There's no any other. Can you see my slide? Yeah. Excellent. So I ended with a high note on data moves at the speed of trust. Our colleague from the EU was mentioning how they have moved. Now they are crossing border. They want collaboration with us. And what they're trying to put in place in their respective regions and countries. What are we going to do? He said computational capacities, human-centric AI, regulations. He was telling us Are we ready to cooperate with them if they are there and we are here? So we need to up our game so that we have meaningful dialogues and meaningful collaboration. We need to put our house in order as a continent. And where to start? Legislations that you can see on the map. What about governance and policy? There is a continental artificial intelligence strategy. We do have. There's one joke. I won't mention countries because I visit a lot of African countries. So if I mention, I might be disbarred from entering such countries. There's one joke in one region where two countries are very good at creating policies. Very spot-on policies. Very good. And then there's a third country, a neighboring country. I was sitting on a panel with a very high-level government official, and he said to me, he said, you know, in our country, we don't bother writing policies. We wait for country A and country B to write them, and we implement. We just take what they have put down, tweak a bit to our needs, and we make sure we implement. That's the difference. So we have a continental artificial intelligence or AI strategy, which is well written. How do we put it into action? How do we cascade and domesticate in our countries? That's something falls within your purview of remit. Turning Africa's AI blueprint into action. Africa has a blueprint for AI, but have we truly started implementing it? But we can't have a continental blueprint if we don't have countries. There are countries that don't have AI strategies, Your Excellencies. And as I said earlier, out of 55 countries, only 16 countries have AI strategies. The remaining 39 countries don't have AI strategies, nor do they even know what AI has anything to do with their economies. How can we at the continental level competitively get on a table, negotiation table with our counterparts in the EU that are approaching us for collaboration if we don't have these things in our countries to begin with? It will be skewed collaboration. But we want a balance. So we want them to come, yes, but we also want to be ready to engage. How can we be ready? By making sure that we turn this blueprint into something actionable in our countries. Which gaps in your sector could AI solve today, Your Excellencies? When we polled the members of parliament, they told us, priority sectors, that they felt AI could be a priority in their countries. How are we equipping our youth to lead this transformation? We have demographic dividend. As a continent, what are we doing in our respective countries? I usually say this, and Your Excellency President, allow me to say it. Allow to say it with a big level of humility. If out of 1.5 billion people, 65 are young people below the age of 25. 70 are young people below the age of 30. When you go for your election, who is voting for you? You will not, and I say this with a big level of humility, if young people don't go out to vote, we will not have election. But if we want change, we can't create governments if young people are not invited to the table. Now with AI, as I say, in any country right now on the continent, if election happens, majority of the voters are young people. That's a fact. It's not me saying, it's demographic, it's the population fact. Now, Your Excellencies, how are we ready preparing our young people, making sure they're in the right places of decision making, make sure they are empowered in terms of resources to invest, to innovate, to drive this AI agenda? But because the truth remains, the narrative around leapfrogging AI on the continent will be driven by the young people. It's a fact. The wise like your good self, your excellencies, would guide the process, would provide the dosage of wisdoms to young people. But they're the ones who run. So how are we empowering our young people in our countries? So policies must move beyond plans, identify needs, explore solutions, and take bold steps now. Your excellencies, I insist, take bold steps now. Because 5 years down the line, we'll be overtaken by events. When Y2K happened, I said this week, people went to church to pray because they knew it's the end of the world. People went to mosques to pray. When the internet happened, we were worried. But before you know, voila, we are in 2025. A quarter of a century down the line, no one has died. And internet has powered economies. Internet has transformed economies. What about Africa now that AI is here with us? Your Excellencies. Coming to the governance, as of July 2025, only 16 out of 55 countries, not 50, 55 countries have launched national AI strategies. Over 30 countries remain at the early or inactive stage with no clear roadmap. 30 countries. Most low-income and post-conflict states like Chad, Somalia, South Sudan are far behind. The urgent role of government and police in custodian of AI framework. Your Excellencies, you make laws, you make policies, you approve this, you hold governments to account. If your country doesn't have an AI legislation, I implore you, when you go home today or tomorrow, that'll be the first point of discussion. And if you want APHRC to come and help build capacity of your parliamentarians, build capacity of your legislators or governments, we are more than ready. We have already signed an MOU with Pan-African Parliament for the very same reason, to build capacity of people who are very critical in this process. Your Excellencies, you and your parliaments and this honorable parliament are very critical instruments in shaping Africa's future. Now let me come to questions that we polled your members of parliament on Sunday. We asked a lot of questions and they gave us very insightful feedback. I've picked a few. One of the questions was country readiness. How ready is your country to take up AI? Country readiness. You can actually see the percentages there. First of all, in many countries, civil society, academia, and private sector are actively engaged in AI discussions, not the legislators. My country has a national AI strategy, only 2.5%. They are not even strongly agreeing. They are somewhere there. The score is because majority said they don't have AI policy or strategy. And that's why you see, from the strongly disagree to strongly agree, they are somewhere, not even in the middle. There are clear AI ethics, data protection, and human rights regulations. Only a score of 2.3. Our colleague from EU was telling us they are developing their AI policies and strategies that are human-centric, that address all of these issues. And yet, as a continent, we want to get into a conversation with partners from other regions of the world, whereas the reality of the matter in our countries is still very shaky. I think it's something that warrants us to take a step back, Your Excellencies. There's active investment in AI infrastructure, data centers and connectivity. They couldn't even get to the middle. That says there's none. Now, what is our priorities when we do budget approvals? Right now, the cycle for 2026-2027 has started. You should interrogate governments. How much money are they allocating for AI? How much money are they allocating for legislating AI in your respective countries? These are the questions you can start asking. You can start holding governments in Africa to account if we are to take AI into action. The second question was, which AI applications most urgently require legislative attention in your country in terms of sectoral application? There were top 3 sectors your colleagues said. First, they said health, and I'll share use cases on health. Of course, the case of robot in China is on tourism, hospitality, right? As China is on another frontier. Second, education. These, not us. These are your colleagues who were sitting where you're seated today. Just a day ago, they were telling us health is where they see AI getting into and bringing big impact. And it's urgently needed. Education. In America, AI is being taught at the kindergarten level. In Singapore, if not Malaysia, Singapore, they've passed a new law. Anyone above the age of 40 must be trained on AI. Countries are legislating AI to embed the workforce because they can't afford to have a generation without properly being equipped on AI. President is telling me my time is almost up. I'm almost there. The last question, in your view, what are the top citizen priorities regarding AI? So we asked your colleagues in your parliaments what they think their constituents, the views of their citizens. What are the top priorities? One is job creation, job and employment. Second, privacy and data protection. Misinformation and disinformation. Access and affordability. Government or private sector investment. Other. Employment is key because we have a demographic of young people who are jobless. So they see the need of AI to help intervene and create meaningful and decent jobs for young population on the continent. Quickly, what is the state of data AI and data protection legislation in Africa? We asked for them to tell us. You can see, existence of national AI, only 11. Awareness of data protection, at least there's some level of awareness there. So what this analysis shows is that there are gaps. And as you, Your Excellencies, you are in a position to address some of these gaps, if not all of them, through your honorable and respective parliaments. Now, I'll take through and I wrap up, Your Excellency President, use cases. Use cases in education, in health, in agriculture, in trade. There are things that are developed so fast that can transform how we do development. There are use cases that show AI's potential. Now it's up to African leaders, implementers, and investors to scale these solutions, invest in local capacity, and turn pilots into national-wide impact. For example, on education, which most of the parliamentarians said education is the second. The first was health. On education, there are AI tutors. Albania, they've established an AI minister of education. There's another country that has established an AI minister of something. It is possible. AI tutors and localized content pilots are improving learning in local languages. Imagine every child having access to personalized learning. Are we enabling that? Our children in Zulu, in Tswana, in Swahili, in Lingala, in our native language, in Arabic, our native. Think about that. Our own languages. The learning will be fast. In Ghana, over 40,000 students are using Rory. Rory is an AI math chatbot, which allows to teach students on AI, on math. Your Excellencies, it is possible. These innovations are already happening. On health, On health, this is a drone delivering blood. Drones now are delivering goods. Amazon used them to deliver goods, right? In remote areas where there are no road infrastructure, where during rain it's difficult, these days a drone can go. If a drone can be sent to bomb somewhere, why can we not have a drone to go into the remote areas to resolve miseries of our people? AI diagnostics, there is telemedicine, and drone deliveries like Zipline are reaching remote communities. How many of our citizens are still left behind? In Rwanda, AI-powered drones, drone delivery of essential medicine to remote areas. You can actually see it's happening in Rwanda. And Rwanda is among the countries that has AI legislation, among the 16 countries on the continent. What about other countries? In agriculture, you can use AI to predict yield on the farm. You can use AI to predict. The other day, your President, Your Excellency, I was here. Somebody came to present the power of AI in agricultural sector, how it can transform agricultural sector. Farmers in Ghana are using AI apps to detect cocoa pests, predict yields, and access better markets. As policymakers and leaders, we must ask ourselves, am I putting the right tools, training, and support in place to help our farmers compete globally? Mr. Trump happened, we faced tariff, ad hoc tariffs. You can't do this, you can't do that, because we don't have competitiveness. Because if we did, as a continent, I don't think he would try to do that. We have to do so. We ought to do something, Your Excellencies. And the time is now. This is an example of another intervention we are doing in Nairobi on food policy for non-communicable diseases. We use AI, food stamps, food stickers to assess nutrients, and someone can scan. I remember when we went to Barcelona for the Mobile World Congress, where there was 120,000 innovators from the world. People have advanced technology. I was shocked. You could touch, it will tell you your blood pressure. Now you use your iPhone, you just scan, it tells you everything. Technology has advanced, Your Excellencies. At FHRC for food policy, we have a project that scans for non-communicable disease, and we're advising government on tax on sugar. How do you advise citizens to take care of their food nutrients? They just have to scan an AI on the food, the QR code. It tells them the nutrients of this package is this and this and this, calories is this and this and this, and they make informed choices in terms of whether they should buy this or not. And there are so many of those that we do that transcend many other sectors, even through fiscal policies. What is the role now, to conclude? What is the role of policymakers? What is your role as speakers in your respective parliaments, Your Excellencies? First, framework formulations. You need to help with formulating frameworks. You need to help with oversight on the economic impact of AI. AI has both positive and negatives. Regulations that you put in check would help counterbalance. Digital and cybersecurity impact. Direction of investment for AI. Parliaments can direct governments where they should prioritize. And governance of AI tools. These 5 elements, Your Excellencies, are within your realm of power. They are within your remit of decisions. I implore you, as you go home, start interrogating this through your governments. So we need, in terms of policy imperatives, we need governments to work together. We need youth to work together. We need startups. We need education. We need an infrastructure. These are the 5 imperatives that would allow Africa to leapfrog AI and leapfrog development and be on the frontier of success. Invest in AI talent, research, and infrastructure development. Very critical. Pass legislations that are favorable to this. Build ethical, locally adapted AI governance frameworks to prevent data colonialism. Very important. Foster collaborations between governments, private sector, academia, and cross-border initiatives. How do countries work together? How do parliaments work together across different countries? Very critical, Your Excellencies. And promote the adoption of AI tools. There are risks, as I said. Risks come with opportunities. If you are going to legislate AI regulations, don't make them too stiff. Make them nimble, make them agile to allow experimentation, to allow innovation to flourish. You need strong regulatory frameworks, but you want them to be flexible, to be agile. You need public-private partnerships. The governments cannot do this alone. Adoption of open standards and transparent AI practices are also very critical, Your Excellencies. Allow me to quote Dr. Uyi Stewart from MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. Here is what he said. Until AI can speak the languages of these vulnerable communities, our communities, its potential to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, reduce global disease burdens, and address global inequities will remain limited. Until AI can speak the languages of these vulnerable communities, our people, its potential to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, reduce global disease burdens, and address global inequities will remain limited, Your Excellencies. In summary, what have I been saying? If you did not hear everything that I say today, maybe you can hear what I'm going to say. AI has potential to transform Africa. Fact. African youth, 65% below 25 years, untapped potential. Fact. Directed internal funding to support AI. Fact. We need to make those decisions. AI is dependent on data, and there's much more beyond data in science. AI depends on data, and AI needs to feed on African data, not any other data. It's a fact. Investing in digital leapfrogging to balance scarce resources directed to high-end computing. Where is the role of private sector? Let's enact laws that encourage private sector to start investing these expensive investments. Rather than language models for low-hanging SD challenges, let's incorporate our own languages in these models to empower our people to understand, to innovate. When you speak in your vernacular local languages, you are able to think. And that's why the Chinese, they use their own language. The Indians, they use their own languages. There's power in language. The Japanese, where we buy cars from, they use their own languages, Your Excellencies. What's the collaboration with PAP? My last slide. Develop model laws on AI governance, cybersecurity, and evaluation. One of the resolutions that was agreed, the need to develop these model laws on AI governance, on cybersecurity, and evaluating the impact of this. I implore you, Your Excellencies, when you go back to your countries, to make sure that this happens. Developing an AI in health policy frameworks involve identifying foundational policy areas that supports the responsible adoption of AI, which can effectively scale and understanding countries' readiness for the responsible adoption of AI. I've asked how countries are ready. Most of African countries are not ready. Collaborate to identify how to address the compatibility of policy areas across borders for their scale of effect. We need to work together, not lock ourselves. We need to innovate. We need to have one united front as a continent. Collaborate with PAP to develop indicators for monitoring the recommendation on health data governance. These are some of the things we are doing with Pan-African Parliament, together with other players in the ecosystem. Your Excellencies, I humbly submit. Thank you.
Bravo. Obrigado. Obrigado. Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. I think he deserves another round of applause. We have about 4 or 5 that have expressed interest to make comments. Maybe I can plead with our excellent speakers that we are still committed to ending this program latest 1 o'clock, or at least even earlier, to allow for movement to Cape Town. So we cannot go beyond 1 o'clock. So when we make our comments, please, can you get your points clear and well structured so that you don't take the floor again, speak for another 1 hour like the presenter. Don't become presenters. Raise your questions. If you do more than 2-3 minutes on the floor, being a question, it becomes a statement. Thank you very much. And I think I need to assure you that this presentation, which I believe all of us have an appetite for it. Have you already shared with us, or is this particular one? You shared on Saturday?
Yes, the clerk has it.
Sorry?
The clerk has it. We had already shared it.
Okay.
So it can be shared around.
Right. We assure all the speakers that you will get this presentation.
They will get it.
And before you leave this chamber.
Okay.
It won't be a promise.
I'm sending them right now, again.
Right.
Yes.
Sending to
the clerk.
Or to the clerk. Okay,
the
fine.
Clerk will circulate.
And the clerk knows how to get these things to us and to everybody. If you have special email addresses or WhatsApp that you think you have more confidence that you see the document, you can of course send that information on a piece of paper to the front. Would make sure that we send direct to that particular email address. A few commentators. Honorable Excellency Speaker of the Gambia, the representative to take the floor. And after that, we'll move to Advocate Jacob Mudenda, then to the representative of Kenya, of Algeria, of South Sudan, of Cape Verde, and Eswatini. Those are so far that have expressed interest. So, Excellency Mbo.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you very much, Excellencies that are here this morning with us. And I also want to thank the presenter for a wonderful and declarative.
You know what, in the interest of time, we'll all assume that we have all thanked the presenter. And the protocols have been recognized. Just move straight.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think from the presentation, it's very clear that data is key in the successfulness of any AI implementation. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves about the data in Africa: how do we collect this data? Who owns this data? How do we actually store this data? Because if you see the goodness or the effectiveness of any AI application likely depends on the data that you actually have collected. And that's the reason why, to avoid AI bias, we must ensure that we have our own African data. But the most important aspect now is how do we ensure that we inculcate the habit of collecting data in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, and also in terms of the health sector, so that we can actually have a meaningful research. But, Honorable President, I think it's also important for us to rewind a little bit back in terms of the industrial revolution we had here. The first industrial revolution, the second and the third, where the African continent was left behind. Now, we have an opportunity here with AI And we have an opportunity with technology to leapfrog. But to do that also, there are prerequisites, and those ones are in terms of infrastructure. What infrastructure are we talking about? We are talking here about connectivity. We are talking about electricity, and we are also talking about curriculum in our schools. If you look at the continent itself, still now we have more than half of the population that is not connected to the internet. And this is a big issue. And you cannot have any successful technology platforms without being properly connected. And as members of parliament, and I think it's now time for us to implore our ministries to ensure that we take connectivity to every part of our countries. Because if we don't, all this AI we're talking about, the goods about the AI, we may not be able to see and we may not be able to leapfrog. Now, the other thing also, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to talk about was also about the need to invest in research and development, that's R&D. Now, if you look at our budgets across the continent, how much do we actually spend in research and development? And technology, AI, particularly AI, nowadays, we have to spend a lot of money on research. But if we don't put money aside for research and development, we may find it really very difficult. And I will urge all of us to ensure that we take a look at our Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technologies to ensure that we have appropriate monies that are designed to ensure that we allow our younger generation to be able to conduct research and development. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the presenter, what can we do as a continent? I'm aware that we have data protection, but how can we ensure that this becomes a norm of data collection of African data? Because we need to be able to collect our own data, we need to be able to store, and from it, AI can actually survive so that we can have our own decision based on the AI that is based on African data. Thank you.
That was more of a statement, of course, it was too long. I give the floor to Excellency Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. The subject matter of AI, I think, requires a dedicated time and not a slot as given this morning. If we are to achieve better results in terms of dissecting the four fundamental pillars in advocating for AI, namely looking at the enabling environment first, secondly, the question of digital infrastructure, third, digital skills and human capacity, and fourth, digital innovation and entrepreneurship. This can't be done in a session like this one. I appeal to you, Mr. President, that PAP should think of a dedicated 2-3 days so that we can go deeper in some of these four foundational issues. The question of developing AI rests with research and development, which should rope in our tertiary institutions, rope in the private sector. If, for example, Google is prepared to invest $5 billion in the UK in the development AI, Microsoft, $30 billion. NVIDIA, another $5 billion. This is an indication that we are marching towards a world driven by AI. It's a subject that has to be taken seriously, particularly where you have 39 of our countries that haven't got even a policy. This is a serious challenge if Africa is to catch up. Now, Africa has got the critical raw minerals that are driving AI development. And these are used by the Europeans, America, the UK, and are exported from our countries. We need to exercise critical raw minerals diplomacy so that some of these minerals that are drivers of AI development can be done in the global side. Another observation is that Africa cannot develop AI through individual country efforts. What needs to be looked at the possibility of establishing regional hubs, like what Ghana has done under the Kofi Annan Data Center, working together with India. In that way, we can share research and development expertise. We can share funding, because it is very expensive to drive AI development. Here we cannot cheat ourselves. Therefore, roping the African Development Bank as a champion of marshalling in the necessary funding for the development of AI in Africa. I was happy that the presenter glorified the Afrocentric approach. Zimbabwe Parliament, working with tertiary institutions, especially the Bindura University of Education and Science, we have developed a platform now in Shona called Titus. It is possible to develop platforms in the African or vernacular languages. We are doing it in Zimbabwe, and that should embrace other recognized vernacular languages in Zimbabwe. So my appeal, Mr. President, that we have not done justice to this subject. Let's have a proper Africa convention where we can go deeper into these issues. Now, I would have said more, but you would end up saying I've made a presentation again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will, and I will definitely make a response to the request for more time. South Sudan, here, this is a conference for speakers. So we cannot have two people speaking from the same country. If you have only the most senior, whether you are a deputy speaker or representative, but I see two people have registered. Can we have one? Yeah, there are two. South Sudan, Lukudu, Stephen, and then the other one, I can't see this one. Yeah, sorry? Maybe. It's like Almond or something. Say name. So I'm saying, can one of you make a submission?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency the President. My name is Parmena Awerial. I am the Deputy Speaker in the National Legislative Assembly, Republic of South Sudan. Your Excellency, I have seen the presenter has made a very good presentation, but as he has mentioned, even the Republic of South Sudan is not part of this program because they are still behind. And there are countries in Africa which has gone too far, like Rwanda, which was mentioned, very excellent. But the issue here is a technology of the computer. We need people to have all these resources before they embark on artificial intelligence. For example, I have seen the presenter of European. He was talking about the laws, of which they have not even developed the laws concerning this artificial technology. Now we are just coming to do it in our parliaments, of which the Europeans themselves who brought it has not done. In half work, say that we adopt. Because most of the developed countries, they adopted development from the developed countries. So this one actually needs people to become well educated on the issue. We are not rejecting the idea, but it needs time, as it has been mentioned by Right Honorable the Speaker of Zimbabwe. It needs time for us, we Africans, to learn. There are issues of communication also, or technology. Other countries, they don't have technology, and some are not well educated to know exactly what is artificial intelligence. So my appeal is the same to Dr. Anthony, say that he has to do more, say that people understand the nature of artificial technology. I thank Anthony also for bringing the Western technology to Africa, because most of the developed countries, last time they were saying that Africa is behind, it is not developed because they are black. And some say, no, it is not because they are black. It is because they are lazy. And some say, no, they are not lazy. These people, the sun is very hot, it has affected their brain. Is it there now with Anthony? It is not there. We mean that all what was said, it was because we were having no resources to educate ourselves. So I thank you very much. I stop here. Right, Your Excellency.
Thank you, South Sudan. Excellency Jawlani Mabuza Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And based from the presentation that has been presented to us, we can all agree that AI is the way to go. But I only have one question to the presenter. And my question is based on the presentation or the example that the presenter showed, where a robot is bringing a towel to the room instead of a human body. And then because of that, I am tempted to ask if are there researched or thoroughly researched studies that shows that our people are not going to lose jobs because of AI. And again, I'm saying my question is based on that example that was shown by the presenter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The representative of the Speaker of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question I have on the presenter is about elections and AI. I have received here a petition from a very civic-minded Kenyan who is well known in Kenya because he has filed various petitions in the Senate. His name is Laban Omusundi. And in Kenya, from the 29th of September, we have started the continuous voter registration exercise. Now, Labano Musundi has written a public petition, and he's expressing the view that AI will give us a candidate who will win the presidential election and the various other elections. The algorithm candidates may win the elections and not the real choices of the voters. So the question I'm asking the presenter is, as much as we are happy with the technology, how do we protect ourselves from election manipulations, interference with results, tallying processes? What is his mind in terms of helping us? And I know this doesn't apply only to Kenya, as the equivalent of independent electoral and boundaries commission in various states in Kenya, in Africa, is grappling with this question. I'm asking, what is it that they think can do, not just for Kenya, but for the entire Africa, so that we can prevent manipulation of the vote tallying and eventually democracy in Africa? I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to Cape Verde. Cape Verde.
No, it's Mari.
You know, not you.
No, Mari.
But, sorry.
Sorry.
Can you answer the name? Sarah, yes.
Mário Teixeira.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the presenter that the map that he showed of the African continent, it seems to have issues. I don't see Cape Verde represented in that map. And I'd like to bring and share some information and ask the presenter. In 2025, Cape Verde launched a technological park funded by the African Development Bank in the tune of 50 million euros. This technological park has 25 companies from 7 different countries and hosts 311 young professionals. But Cape Verde is a small country, an island country, and faces a major challenge in terms of funding. And now that we've given the first step in technological infrastructure, but the next step and challenge is how to make it sustainable, given the dimension of the Cape Verdean market. And I agree with the speaker that says that this AI strategy should be a continental one. And I'd like to ask the presenter if you can help us in identifying business models that can make AI solutions to generate a return and social benefits that can be justifiable and sustainable. I'm going back to my country, and I'd like to take this assurance that the presenter will help us in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the question is noted. The question is noted. Rwanda, Diegeni Bitungurame.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. I really appreciated the presentation of Dr. Anthony when he spoke about AI used by Zipline in Rwanda. I need to specify that in Rwanda, artificial intelligence through the Zipline system has helped to save human lives. Zipline for distribution and transport of medicine, and also for blood transfusions and the blood to hospitals and clinics. And this has been done quite quickly. This system has allowed to reduce the mortality rate, maternal mortality, and maternal and child mortality in Rwanda. I have a question to ask. As an expert, you have appreciated the system of artificial intelligence in Rwanda. Do you intend to make the whole continent aware of adopting the same system to save human lives? What is your opinion on this? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think this is the last on the list. Honorable Botbik, Algeria.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to thank Dr. Anthony for his intervention. I do believe that the challenges that come from the AI in our daily life is that we have, as Africa, to go towards the creation of a proper African method to tackle the issues of the AI. We know that the positive outcome of the AI is something is out of a question. However, the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments have a role to play when it comes to cybersecurity and the specificity of the African people in order to be able to use the AI and keep and safeguard the identity of the Africans. The AI is not only a technical tool, but it is a way to redistribute the benefits of economy on equity basis. I do suggest to the president that we have to set up committees and forums inside the African countries to talk and speak about the AI, and as well to create model laws in order to adapt the data in the African countries and let the voice of Africa when it comes to the AI be heard on the international fora. And we have to look as well to and monitor the use of the African people of the AI, and we have as well to unify the use of the AI by agreements between Africa and other players outside the continent, and set up rules and regulations to protect the privacy data. I would like to emphasize that the ability, we look now at the infrastructure of Africa. We see the infrastructure for the internet and the fiber and connections. We do believe that the digital transformation will put an end to the gap between the generations in Africa. Thank you.
Shukran. I think we can now. But before you respond, I want to give a global response. Then you come to specifics. I think one of the achievements of this session on AI is the acknowledgement that this is a very, very, very critical issue for all the parliaments. That is one of the key issues on their order papers in their parliaments. And that the time allocated was insufficient. That is one of the key outputs, and we are excited. That is the message, is that this is a very critical subject. You were right to introduce it, but you didn't give it enough time. And it's coming from the speakers themselves. That's what we call demand-driven response. So we're also going to give now a response which is demand-driven. I have already engaged Anthony, our experts, that we need to respond to this demand. We need to hold the 2-day, 3-day speakers, presiding officers, parliamentary conference on AI for 2-3 days. We go deeper. We invite from all over the world, of course, led by our experts here. We invite from all over the world, from Africa, in this European Union, from America, from everywhere, we have these connections, that we deepen this issue for 2 days to then incapacitate also our MPs, our parliaments also to take the lead on AI matters. So the response is that we actually are going to hold such a conference. There's been a proposal. There is one similar that we're already working on together, the consultants, which will be held in on the 21st and 23rd October in Kigali. We have something similar to that. But I'm also aware that 21 October, some of our speakers may not yet be back from the IPU meeting in Geneva. So, but yet we wanted a full dosage, not for some to come on the last day of it. We want everybody to attend 100%. So leave it to us. We are planning. If we see that the Kigali would not achieve the ultimate, we will come up with new dates. But I want to put a caveat to that. We'll make that effort for the 2-3 days. But the issue is, are speakers going to be available? Because that's also a big issue. Because we may put in a lot of resources, have 3 days, wherever the venue will be, and out of the 55 parliaments, maybe only 21 attend. So we'll have to agree on this. We'll have to share this information across all the parliaments and see where the majority are comfortable, where they will indicate that if it's held on 11 December, for example, maybe we have 45. If we do it on another date, it will be 22. So we'll try and see which dates are most convenient for most of you. But we promise it will happen, whether in Kigali, but we are seeing Kigali not the best, but it will happen. We promise. I hand over to Anthony for other responses. I think there is best.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for great questions and comments and contributions. Let me go right away from the speaker number 1 from Gambia. How do we collect data? How do we collect scientific data across sectors? And how do we make sure this is a norm? In APHRC language, we call evidence-informed decision-making. And one of the mantra we have in our work as researchers and scientists is evidence-informed decision-making, that policymakers should make decisions based on evidence. But that evidence is also contingent on the data that informs that evidence. So I think to make it a norm, first, all countries have national statistical bureaus, right? At the UN level, at least for the Economic Commission for Africa, I know there's a statistical bureau that coordinates across countries. The problem we have, each country now is enacting data protection. So in a way, data protection is good, but can also be inhibitive. From research, we avoid 2 major problems, what we call parachute research or helicopter research. For far too long, our data have been used, and I gave an example, and I'm saying it before Your Excellencies. Before Trump in January, we had demographic health surveys. These were fully funded by USAID, very expensive. Demographic health surveys were being conducted and collected data on our people, working together with our national bureaus of statistics for all developing countries. Trump came, he scrapped the program. There's no more data. Demographic health surveys have gone. DHS, for short, used to help us to do analysis on HIV, on education, on maternal, on child, a lot of things. But we were not funding it. It was being funded by the Americans. Trump stopped. We don't have data. We don't have access. It's gone. Data about our people, not even Americans. Think about that. Data collected in our countries, in Zimbabwe, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Rwanda, blood samples taken from our people. Your Excellencies, for 2 decades, we never thought of investing in data infrastructure. We never thought of investing in data that could remain in the continent. We wake up, it's in the morning, and we realize, oh, the king is not covered. That's what has happened this year. So yes, we have to make norms to make sure that our data are used for our own benefits. Yes, scientific rigor is needed in the data collection. Where is the data? I'm being asked to ask, where is the data? Why is it that if I wanted to access the data that were collected for Africans when DHS was live, I had to ask consent from a platform that is in America to access data for my own people? I'm a scientist, I'm a researcher, I've done that, I know. Why, Your Excellencies, why? 21st century, we cannot even keep our own. Okay, now we have woken up, we realize the need to curate this data, to make sure they speak to our needs, to invest in our own infrastructure. Why do we need USAID to fund data about African health? The same way Trump happened, suddenly our health systems are failing. Why would we allow 80% of the budget on our people, which is a national security, to be funded by outsiders? And we are here. I speak as a very, it is painful. It is, and I'm a Pan-African. I've seen this across the continent. I don't want to mention countries, but it's the reality, and policies are passed in our dockets. Budgets are approved in our dockets. No one, and I say this example, we all have families, we have grandchildren. Can someone come in your house, pay school fees for your children, pay health for your children? This person, when they withdraw, you are weak. Africa's development is our problem. Let me say it. And I say as a young person, no one is going to come and save Africa if not us. It's a fact. And that begins with us in where we do, in the little that we can do, because that collectively will save Africa. When shocks happen in America, who do they go to? This is a fact. I've lived in America, I've lived in Europe. They happen, they have hurricanes. Who do they ask? What is our problem as Africa? So there's something that we need fundamentally that we need to fix. Let me go back to this. This subject always gets me very emotional. Second question. I agree, and I think the President has addressed that. We need more time to bring you up to speed so you make more informed decision. I totally agree. And once we have agreed everything, APHRC is ready to work with you. We are ready to work with your parliaments to build this capacity because it is needed. Information is power. If we are not informed, we will not be able to make the right decisions. AFDB, to support it, we have a new president at AFDB. Let's see what his priorities are. I know one of them, he said, is about creating jobs for young people in Africa. This is the chance to engage ministers of finance who sit in the AFDB governing board. to start pushing for what is important for Africa. We really need to be strategic and intentional in investing in areas that affect our people if we are to develop. Speaker number 3, Sudan. I think it was a compliment. Thank you so much. And I'll deliver this message back home to my colleagues. Eswatini, this is a very fundamental question. AI and humans, employment losses. There's an economic historian called Michael Schumpeter, and he developed a Schumpeterian theory. Michael Schumpeter developed a Schumpeterian model or theory to talk about technological advancement, to talk about during the Great Depression and how America was coming up. He developed these innovation theories, and it has phases. The most critical of this theory, he dubbed creative distractions. Every time you develop new technology, it will displace people. Now, if you go to the famous British economist, I forgot his name, he proposed the role of the government to intervene in the economy. Now, what Michael Schumpeter was saying, in the short run, because new technology, new innovation have come in, it will displace skills. Then government can intervene to upskill. Let me give you a very practical example. Y2K, internet. When internet arrived, suddenly we can't write letters the way we used to do, right? Everything is electronically. There was some displacement. There was some chaos, even in the governments where you used to have those big envelopes run around for signature. There was some displacement. But with time, what government did? To build capacity. We started developing curriculum, cyber cafes were opened, and before you know, it was no longer a threat. So what Michael Schumpeter was saying, in the beginning, yes, your concern is valid. But that's what comes with new innovations, because people don't know. So it definitely will create employment losses in the short run. But as you move from medium term to long run, there's convergence. But that convergence is contingent on what we are going to do as governments, as speakers, as parliaments, to intervene. I hope that answers your question. But I wouldn't say that AI won't create job loss. It will. Any innovation, even these mobile phones, they have done some, but now everyone has them. We are good to go. Kenya, elections and AI. This is a very difficult question. I live in Kenya, so I have to speak with caution. Deepfakes. These days we have deepfakes. We are in an era of deepfakes, an era of misinformation, an era of disinformation, and election manipulation. Indeed, we can have algorithm candidates, but the advanced countries, they do elections. They don't they? I'm not sure whether they have algorithm candidates. I think the question is here, how do we use the force of AI for the good? These days, they have biometrics. You have facial identification. How do we put controls? How do we put regulations? How do we put checks and balances? I think those are the critical things that we need to think about. It's not only in Kenya, it's not only in Africa. Already advanced countries are using these technologies. The question is, how are they doing it? Maybe we can go to Singapore and learn. Maybe we can go to America and learn. Learning is okay. Maybe we can go to China and learn. How do they do it? What control mechanisms, what mitigation mechanisms do they put in place to make sure that elections are run fairly? But we can't run away, Honorable. We can't run away. We have to engage. We have smart people. I know Kenyans, very brilliant. If there was an algorithm that can fake, there's a counter algorithm. That's for sure. So the question is, governments, what is our true intentions? The responsibility lies with us. And what checks and balances do we have at different levels in our governments? What morals do we have as Africans, as Kenyans, as Ugandans, as Namibians, you name it? It's us. The problem is human beings, not AI. What ethical values and morals do we have It's us, because AI doesn't code itself, people code it. So how do we regulate those? I think that's the onus is still within our realm of power and regulation, and there's something that can be done. You can work with experts like us and many others who will be more than happy to help to put these checks. Look at the financial sector. Of course, there are fraud, cybersecurity, but they're still, everything is automated. Now you can go and get your M-Pesa, and they are able to control. Or maybe because there's money. When there's money, your heart is also there. So we can think along those lines. Cape Verde, I apologize for the map. I'll have a look into it. And I applaud you for having the technological park funded by FDB. Maybe we need to have more technological parks across the continent. What are the priorities for FDB? You are the policymakers. You engage your government. You can talk to your government. Ministers of Finance, when they pass budget, when they put contribution to the AFDB funds, what are the priorities? Africa, we should be able to dictate that. Now, how do we make funding sustainable? I think funding is a question of priorities. In many ways, I say, and I've been saying this, for me, Trump is a blessing in disguise. Trump is a silver lining for African countries. We have woken up. What is our priorities when it comes to deciding budgets and how much we spend, how much we approve? There's a lot of wastage in the African government systems, a lot. But how do we address those? The amount of money that leaves Africa is far more than ODA that is coming in through financial illicits. It shows there are a lot of statistics. What goes out of the continent in terms of financial leakages is way more than what is coming in as ODA. The money is in Switzerland, the money is where earning interest. That interest is coming back to us as loans that our people are suffering to pay. Corruption. So sustainability, I think it will start with us as leaders to interrogate ourselves and say, are we doing good for our continent? Are we doing good for our countries? I repeat, Your Excellencies, it will not take no one to move Africa from where it is. It will take us individually and collectively. Rwanda, do we intend to make this zipline intervention known across the continent? I think this speaks to me two things. One, collaboration, cross-country collaboration, very critical. If Rwanda has this zipline, why other countries should not go and learn what Rwanda is doing? Why should we find it easy to get on a plane to go to China and learn, or Europe or America, and we can't just fly to Rwanda, our neighbor? So that's our problem. So I think it should be easy for us as Africans also to value innovations that are being done in other countries and collaborate. I think that's very critical, Your Excellencies. And yes, in all the engagements that we have done across countries, we put zipline as an example. So that way, I don't want to say we will go out there and start flagging Rwanda, because my organization is not about countries. But in the work that we do, a good work will be cited. And zipline is good work, and we will keep on citing. That I promise. Algeria. Committees on AI and to create models. I think we are working with the parliament to develop those, but that is not enough, Your Excellencies. If we create traction at the continental level and stop there, we have done half-baked job. We need to go at the regional level. We need to go at the national level. These three levels need to speak to each other. They need to be cascaded. Once we have continental level engagement and models, they are not enough unless they are able to be translated to nuances and circumstances and contexts of different countries, because Africa is very heterogeneous. So I agree. What we need to agree on is the rules of engagement. How do we engage among ourselves as African countries? Sometimes we are enemies among ourselves. But how also do we engage with partners outside? Right now, and I conclude, I am leading some initiative on decolonizing global health in Africa. When COVID came, and we have our local hubs with innovations, we ignored them. We said, we want, what are these vaccines called? I actually, personally, and I speak this as a person, I developed a condition because of the vaccine that I never had before. But perhaps there could be some local Africans who could have designed intervention medicines. We ignored them because we think whatever comes from the West is the best. It's us. So we need to decolonize our mindset, first, that internal decolonization, before we can go to the world stage and engage as one continent, as one voice. Your Excellencies, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony, for your comprehensive presentation. That has led to a very comprehensive debate on the same matter, with many recommendations coming up, which the rapporteurs have captured. Thank you. In terms of the program, and at the request of various excellencies and delegations, the President of the Pan-African Parliament will receive now submissions from country submissions from those excellencies that have registered to speak. There are some excellencies that have asked for it to make interventions specific to their countries, and this is the opportunity to now present. I would like to hand over the floor to the President of the Pan-African Parliament to steer and call upon the various speakers. Thank you.
On a point of order, can you be clear exactly what statements are we to make?
Okay, maybe let me assist. Yesterday, each time we gave a delegation, the speaker and delegation to take the floor to respond. For example, after the presentation on the FCTA on trade in Africa, some then ended up making long statements for 10, 15 minutes instead of responding to the presentation. And it came up maybe more than 4 times. Then we discovered that they had prepared some statements to make during this conference. So we then pleaded with them that, please, may you respond to the presentation. And then if you have a statement, we will allow you time tomorrow, meaning today. So we are simply coming back to that promise to say, okay, we cut you off, we denied you the opportunity to read a long statement. We know not everybody has a statement, we know. There are those that have a statement to make, and we thought we give them that opportunity. Thank you very much, if I'm clear. So we start with the DRC, Honorable Jose Kalala. Can we emphasize that the statement cannot be more than 5 minutes? I had said 3, but 5, it cannot be more than 5 minutes. And our technical team, can we please set our machinery, our equipment, that once it is 5 minutes, the mics are cut off. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, speakers of regional national parliaments, it's an honor for me to speak here today and to thank the South African Parliament on behalf of my whole delegation for this invitation and this initiative. I would also like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for organizing this event so meticulously. Honorable speakers, the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo is delighted with the organization of this conference. It is more than just an institutional meeting. It is an opportunity for speakers to meet at a historic moment, a historic event. And it gives us the opportunity to transform our parliaments and contribute towards the goals of this continent, to contribute to the prosperity and well-being of the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, it has been 3 decades now that a genocide is taking place in our country, where millions of Congolese are slaughtered in the east. And it has all the traits of an extermination program. The consequences are disastrous. There are millions dead. Families have been decimated. And millions have been displaced. Women and children are victims of violence, wiped out, and generations sacrificed. Honorable speakers, the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo calls for solidarity, the solidarity of speakers of African national and regional parliaments, solidarity with our presidents, Tshisekedi, and with regard to his recent speech at the United Nations, where he pleaded for international recognition of the genocide that is taking place in our country. We appeal to you to join the fight for justice and peace in the Democratic Republic, to help the Democratic Republic to build a lasting peace, and to participate in the Washington agreements signed in Washington between the DRC and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Resolution 27.23. And this is the resolution of the Security Council that was adopted in July 2025. And this resolution recognized the actions of Rwandan forces in the Congo. It ordered these Rwandan forces to leave the Congo and to have the M23 leave the Democratic Republic of Congo. Honorable speakers, we need to be mediators and builders of peace in the name of our people. We need to look beyond the politics, and we need to fight for human rights. In order for our parliaments to be the true voices of the people, especially in conflict situations. We need to be centers of cross-border cooperation to fight against terrorism, to fight against armed militia and organized terror, as well as the illegal exploitation of our natural resources. I would also like to say a few words about what the honorable member from Rwanda said about the DRC and the genociders that supposedly took refuge in the DRC. How can the speaker explain that the Rwandans are the only ones that are claiming this situation with the DRC? We believe that it is an excuse for Rwanda to enter the DRC supposedly to search for genociders, but with ulterior motives. We need to work to reduce the tensions between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We need better relationships and understanding between the countries on the African continent. We need to respect agreements, peace agreements, and resolutions for a lasting peace. And we need democratic government where the people have the power. Thank you very much.
We as speakers are now encouraged to promote parliamentary diplomacy. Thank you, DRC. Have your mic so that you hear what I'm saying. Yes, I'm saying thank you very much, Monsieur beaucoup. We speakers want to encourage parliamentary diplomacy and a certain way of resolving conflicts different from the typical politicians. Speakers are not typical politicians. I know they've quite a high dosage in them of politics, but we want a certain way, a parliamentary way of resolving even international conflicts. So this, your presentation is well taken note of. Can we now move to the second presenter from Namibia, Speaker Lucas Muha. Yes, I get there because it's good. It's more honorary and authoritative to present from there. And then that will be, please be ready. In terms of the list is Rwanda, that will follow after him. And then it will be Mauritania after him. And then it will be South Sudan. And I think that's the final. South Sudan and then Algeria. Are we sure our technical team that the 5-minute cutoff is activated? Mr. Gali, is the 5-minute cutoff point, is it activated? Please, if we don't do that, we'll be here until 3 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm not sure if, okay, now it's fine. Thank you so much, and I promise that the 5 minutes will be adhered to. And good morning to all. We are gathered here under the banner of citizen-driven integrations and sustainable development. As a result, we are reminded that our legislative institutions are not merely custodians of laws, but they are also chambers of peace, agents of unity, and architects of the prosperous continent. The sub-theme entrusted to us this afternoon, or this noon, which is Parliament's role in mediation, negotiations, and peace building, is not a peripheral concern. It is a continental imperative. For too long, Africa's development trajectory has been disrupted by conflict, instability, and fragmentation. Yet, within parliamentary chambers lie a quiet but powerful force, namely the diplomacy, rooted in dialogue, legitimacy, and the will of the people. However, parliamentary diplomacy is not a substitute of a traditional statecraft, but rather a complement. It is a bridge that connects national interest to the regional aspirations, and regional aspirations to the continental vision.
Point of order. I'm advised there is no Portuguese interpretation. Portuguese interpreter?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Louis.
It's provided for, Excellency. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. With that intervention, Comrade President, I believe my 3 minutes is still is still on. Though interparliamentary engagement, through interparliamentary engagement, we foster mutual understanding. We build trust across borders and create platforms for preventive diplomacy that are inclusive, transparent, and accountable. Honorable members, African Union's Agenda 2063 envisages peaceful and secured Africa. But this vision cannot be realized without an active participation of parliaments in shaping peace progress, monitoring implementation, and amplifying the voice of the communities that are mostly affected. We must therefore institutionalize parliamentary diplomacy as a core function of our legislative mandate. This means establishing permanent parliamentary mechanism for conflict preventions and mediations, strengthening Pan-African Parliament and regional parliamentary forums as platforms for early warnings and coordinated response. And of course, ensuring that peace agreements are not only negotiated by government or legislative, but are also scrutinized and debated and domesticated by parliaments. In doing so, we shall affirm that peace is not the absence of war. It is the presence of justice, equality.
Because I interrupted you, 1 minute more.
Okay, thank you so much. Africa must speak not only with one voice, but with collective voices that are informed by the lived reality of its people. As Africans, let us be bold, let us be visionaries, and of course, let us be united for the common purpose. In closing, I call upon each and every one of us to champion a new era of parliamentary diplomacy, the one that is proactive, principled, and people-centered. Let our parliaments be sanctuaries of peace, corridors of cooperation, and beacon of hope for the generations to come. Your Excellencies, together as Africans, we can build the Africa that we want. And I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to make a statement.
As Rwanda takes the floor, I plead for parliamentary skills, parliamentary diplomatic skills.
I'll do so, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a statement on behalf of the Parliament of Rwanda and on behalf of the Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda and the President of the Senate of the Parliament of Rwanda. We wish to thank you for organizing this conference of speakers, and particularly for choosing a theme that is really relevant to the context we are living in on this continent. And I want to thank you for giving us that opportunity, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, allow me to certainly try to be as diplomatic as possible, but allow me to react on a statement made by the DRC delegate in the sense that I want to make some clarifications. The first one is that the FDLR is a genocide force that was pushed out of Rwanda in 1994 and took refuge in the DRC. Unfortunately, this FDLR is actually sanctioned by the UN Security Council, the European Union, and the United States, which has classified it as a terrorist group. But as evidence shows, this FDLR is actually in cohabitation with the armed forces of Congo, actually the National Army of Congo. Evidence is there, anybody can see that. For the government of Congo to be in cohabitation with a force that has been declared a terrorist and is propagating a genocide ideology that it actually built in Rwanda for very many years, and now it's being seen over in the region. It's very unfortunate. The other issue I want to make clarification on is the M23 that has been talked about is actually an armed force that is fighting for its rights. I made this statement very clear yesterday. It's not there because it wants minerals. It is there to protect its own people that have been segregated for very many years, that have been excluded in all affairs of the governance of the state, including having access to resources or having access to economic opportunities like any other citizen of that country. That is the problem that is there. And therefore, for it to be called a terrorist group or a foreign armed group, that is not true at all. And therefore, I feel that that statement that was made by the delegate, I think, should be reconsidered. We are also aware that at the moment, there's a lot of hate speech targeting Kinyarwanda-speaking population, and in particular the Tutsis, the Banyamurenge in the southern Kivu and the Tutsis in the northern Kivu. Many of them have been killed. Evidence is available. So if this can be dealt with by the government of Congo, I suspect that there will be less conflict, there will be more stability in that particular region as we expect. I want to state very clearly that Rwanda is actively participating in a range of diplomatic engagements to restore the current crisis in that particular region. The main framework for peace in the African-led ESC SADC process, which is complementing the initiatives from Qatar and the United States, Rwanda is fully engaged in this process. However, the evidence that we are seeing since that time is that the signing of these key agreements have not been supported by the government of the DRC. There's more militarization being seen on the ground. The drones that we are talking about that are delivering blood to vulnerable population are actually being used to target communities in that particular region, killing them without any mercy. So all this is something that we should not really look at as parliamentarians, but we need to find a way of getting a solution to the problem in that region through political means. But evidently, there is no political will from the government of Congo. In spite of all the initiatives that have been there, the Rwanda process, the Nairobi process, all these have not been supported by the government of Congo. So I think we should call upon that government to really engage and find a solution through political means rather than through military means, because that won't succeed at all. And evidence has shown all over the world that sustainable solutions are only available through political negotiations, political discussions, but not through military means, because that won't work. I wish to submit, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even the RC should thank him. It was quite diplomatic. It was quite diplomatic. Thank you very much. Mauritania. Mauritania. After Mauritania, the Republic of South Sudan. And then we conclude with Algeria.
Merci. Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers of national and regional parliaments, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pride that I take the floor today on the name of our Speaker in the Parliament of Mauritania. We have come together around a theme that is a call to action: transforming parliaments for citizen-driven continental integration, sustainable development, prosperity, peace, and Africa's role on the global stage. It's not an academic concept. It is a call to action. It reminds us that parliaments need to be the beating heart of our nation, or our nations, and the beating heart of Africa. Honorable colleagues, Africa is faced with enormous challenges: climate change, security issues, poverty that affects millions of our people. But we also are a continent of extraordinary promise. We are a young continent, and we are rich in natural resources. We are a continent of solidarity. And so to transform our parliaments, what does that mean? It means giving a human face to Africa and African issues. It means adopting laws that protect our environments, that protect our wealth, our natural wealth, and to build a prosperous Africa for Africa. It also means defending democracy, good governance, and peace, without which no prosperity would be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, we must raise our voices to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We are witnessing the worst suffering, and it is time for a political solution supported by the rest of the world, where we can see two states standing side by side. We can no longer stand silent in the face of such a tragedy. And we need to act on behalf of our youth as well, the youth of Africa that put their lives at risk by climbing onto a boat or a raft to look for a better life, to escape a lack of hope and opportunity. We must give them reasons to believe in their future here in Africa. It is a huge challenge, but we can take up this challenge with other role players, including the private sector and the youth themselves. In our country, we have prioritized training, education, and supporting the youth in their growth and education. We have 60% of the non-exploited arable land on the planet. We have an extremely young population. We have enormous natural resources and natural wealth. But this is not enough. To be able to succeed, we need to believe in ourselves, and we need to transform our ability. It's time for action. It's no longer time for words. And our parliaments need to be places of transformation, of integration, and the fight for justice and equality. So let us make our parliaments strong voices for our people, guardians of peace and dignity, and let us make our parliaments the craftsmen and the places where we build Africa together.
Very much, merci beaucoup. That means 5 minutes is over. South Sudan.
Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Right Honorable Speakers present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am here honored today to address the annual Speakers Conference of Pan-African Parliament on behalf of the Right Honorable Dr. Jima Nunu Kumba, the Speaker of Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan, and also on behalf of the Council of State of the Republic of South Sudan. I sincerely convey their warm greetings to you all during this very important 2025 Annual Speakers Conference. Similarly, on my behalf and on behalf of the delegation, I take this opportunity with profound humility to salute you all. The Parliament of the South Sudan appreciates the theme of this year's annual conference, Sustainable Transformation and Parliament to Analyze Citizen-Driven Continental Integration, Sustainable Development, Prosperity, Peace, and Enhance African Dynamic Role on the Global Stage. The theme is in theme with the African Union Agenda 2063, to which South Sudan subscribes by the virtue of its membership. Indeed, Africa Union Agenda 2063 aims to build a prosperous African echo on the inclusive growth and sustainable development, and a peaceful and secure Africa, including a full functioning and operational African peace, security, and architecture. Distinguished guests, in April 2015, 131 Interparliamentary Union, IPU, Assembly adopted Honey Declaration entitled the Sustainable Development Goals, Turning Words into Action, in which Parliament committed to do their utmost to strengthen national ownership of their goals, translated the goals into enforcement dynamic laws and regulations, and hold governments accountable for the goals they subscribe to through legislative, budgetary, and oversight rules. Parliament directly influences through legislation how sustained development goals are reflected in the national policies and how effective they are implemented by the Parliament. Also serve as this interlink between citizens and the state, making them uniquely positioned to ensure that no one is left behind in the development process. For the case of South Sudan, as being a member of the United Nations committed to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, the Transitional National Legislative Assembly has a role to monitor and track the implementation of the government policies, actions towards these identified goals. The same Agenda 2063 aims to unify the continent by removing trade barriers, fostering economic growth, and promoting peace and stability. Distinguished participants, Africa possesses a wealth of natural resources, from minerals like gold, diamonds, arid lands, and fresh water, which can be leveraged through value-added industries. In the view of the above, Africa must move beyond exporting raw materials, instead focusing on processing and adding value to its natural resources by developing strong regional supply chains. As Africans, we need to
time 5 minutes is over. You look, want to be very strict. Maybe 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, okay. However,
you don't read, summarize.
Okay, summary, okay. Yeah. In the goal stage, Africa is presented in the world institutions, such as financial institutions and Security Council. Just to mention a few, I'm glad that this conference has brought out and should look for modalities that champion for equal representation of the African Union in the global stage. Therefore, I call upon the conference to renew its commitment to work to secure for African continent in the right place in the international position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Burundi, before we conclude with Algeria.
Très honorable Président.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, we would like to echo our parliamentarian colleagues to salute the efforts our country is have made in terms of unlimited visa and also concerning the free movement of persons, goods, and services. The conclusion of the AU treaty concerning this contains elements of peaceful cohabitation and African Renaissance. Burundi salutes this vision towards a peaceful and prosperous Africa managed by its own citizens and representing dynamism on the global stage. Burundi wants to realize the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and in the vision of 2050 from the East Africa community. We also should like to express our appreciation, our gratitude for the role that African parliamentarians play for mutual understanding and support between nations. The settlement of disputes is part of the duty of the citizens. As representatives of the people, parliaments are legitimate institutions to handle conflict resolution. On the other hand, the parliament offers the possibilities of exchange and support as long as all social strata are represented. The parliaments have to adopt preventive approaches in terms of avoiding conflict. We would like to thank the chair of the session for the floor given to us. The Parliament of the Republic of Burundi appreciates the efforts of Africa in terms of adopting a digital economy and organizational methods. Artificial intelligence has a development role and includes innovation. Countries are also competitive. There's also the emergence of digital economy, social services, and improvement of transparency. In Burundi, digitalization is working in the public sector and in private sectors. Our country has the will to explore the advantages of artificial intelligence. The government of Burundi encourages cooperation between African countries to share their expertise in terms of setting up digital infrastructures and training of the youth to use artificial intelligence. Thank you.
And now we close the list with Algeria.
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficent, it's an honor for me to take this podium in order to convey to you the greetings of His Excellency Azzouz Nasri, the Speaker of the Algerian National Assembly, and he requested to me to convey you his statement. His Excellency, the Chairperson, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charambira, the honorable members, I do apologize, there's no voice coming. the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the honorable attendees, it's a pleasure and an honor for my country to be present today in this August meeting and gathering that represents all the people of the continent. Defining the subject for this year is a successful one because it replies to an international subject of which all of the African countries are facing, among them Algeria, in order to realize solidarity and to realize the objectives of the African trade agreement, which is a goal for Africa. And this treaty should be the base for the trade of the continent, and in order to gather the wealth in the hands of the Africans. Honorable members, for my country, the economic integration for Africa is a national mechanism and a continental mechanism that can provide development for Algeria and for the African countries. Any advancement for my country is advancement for the continent of Africa. Algeria, that accompanied the decolonization of Africa, is going to accompany the African continent in its efforts to let loose the colonial domination, economically speaking, on the continent. From Algeria, there had been the release of a very big infrastructure projects in order to realize the integration of the continent through the establishment of infrastructure. The development is slow in Africa. However, all the conditions for realizing that are there in the continent, despite the chaos on the world scene. Honorable attendees, my country, under the leadership of His Excellency the President Tebboune, is working hard for for Africa to take its position in the new world order, of which the Algerian diplomacy is fighting in the international forums. That defense for Africa is still a preoccupying subject for my country's diplomacy on the international scene, and my country is fighting with other African countries and friendly countries in order to give Africa a permanent representation in the United Nations. The efforts of us as parliamentarians is still there. We have to accelerate the realization of putting Africa in its position and enable Africa to take the role in equitable decisions and fair decisions on the international scene. Africa cannot advance when there is an occupation. Therefore, we are still supporting the right of the Sahrawi people in order to gain its inalienable right. The Palestinian people are still suffering in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, and the genocide is still taking on its way many lives. And the international organizations that should protect those people is still unable to do that. We have to learn from history, and we see that there is a wave of recognition to the Palestinian state, and there are some positions to give justice to the Palestinian people. We do appreciate and highly recommend the work of the parliamentarians and their cooperation is inside at the seat of the African Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and other parliamentarian forums. This will be an example for united Africa. Looking into the history of Algeria and its history, so Algeria believes in a new Africa that that has its place in a new world order, and in Africa and in Algeria that are winning on the international scene. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Algeria. We are 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. Our 15 minutes to rise, go for lunch, go to Cape Town. I think we need some AI technology to extend the 15 minutes to 1 hour so that we can finish. Because AI can create anything, even hours. The business that remains to be transacted is P20, is the adoption of the communique. I'm not sure whether the communique has been circulated or just be read so that we move. And under P20, we are Mauritania. That's this Mauritania. Yes, please. Yes, please. Can we continue? I'm battling. In the 15 minutes, we have the communique. In the 15 minutes, we have 3 bullet items for the P20. One is trade justice and improved global market access for African agricultural products. The other one is climate resilience and adaptation with reference to the Nairobi Declaration. And the other one, which we did this yesterday, predatory mining. These 3. Our approach could be, see, if we say someone speak for 2 minutes, they'll speak for 15 minutes. So we take a risk. Whenever we did a trade chair, do you think you can speak for 2 minutes?
I think so.
Sorry?
If you order that, I'll do so, Your Excellency.
If it's 2, I will allow you.
Okay, thank you.
And Sakata, can you make it in 2 minutes? Look, just indicating what you call salient points, not making speeches. Just salient, what are the salient issues? Then we can move to Cape Town, where we will be engaged on some of the similar issues. And if it's agreeable, the communique will be read by our clerk, and then we quickly comment, we adopt or not adopt, then we conclude anthems, then we go for lunch and then Cape Town. So 2 presenters, don't let me down. Come forward, Honorable Sakata and Bideli, just to make what we mean by resilience. Just that. And then recommendation to the P20. Honorable Sakata, you are invited. 2 minutes. Yeah, they need to know and see your face. From there, it may not be the best position. Honorable Bideri, can you come over nearby? Because when you walk from there to there, can you come? Just do 2 minutes each so that we move to the communique. And I believe the communique is ready. The communique is ready. Fine. Right. Come and share the 4 minutes. Yeah, you can sit over there. The other can sit. Yeah. Okay, start yourself.
Honorable Président du Parlement panafricain,
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable speakers of the African parliaments, PAP is taking advantage of the opportunity to expose to you the main climate challenges on our continent. This is an awareness message, and also the positions held in Africa. In terms of main challenges, in his opening speech of the second summit on climate change in Addis Ababa, the president of Ethiopia has explained the challenges of Africa in terms of climate change, saying that the paradox of our continent is in the following equation. The fact that we contribute insignificantly to gases, whether that be in terms of drought or floods. Given this alarming diagnostic, our response must be urgent. This paradox is more remarkable because although Africa does not contribute much to greenhouse gases, are very affected by climate change and are less able to adapt and to be resilient. In the same line, we need to take note of the fact that global warming evolves more rapidly in Africa than elsewhere in the world. And if it is not addressed, climate change will have a negative impact on the growth of African economies, as the group of experts, intergovernmental experts, have noted. Climate shock puts obstacles to trans-border trade, and we need to pay attention to some protectionist and punitive measures that are not in compliance to international law. We can quote here the judgments mechanisms for carbon in the European Union. All challenges are related to funding. The negative consequences of climate change are not its only responsibility. Africa suffers from the actions of many polluting countries.
We wanted you just to key issues rather than general statements. And I will be there also, please. Let's not read general statements. Let's get to 1, 2, 3, 4.
OK. Alors, quelles sont les réponses?
What are the responses that you, African parliamentarians, together with the Pan-African Parliament, need to bring to the approach of COP30? The African position that we wish for you to support, because we have principle of one Africa, one voice. The first response that we are suggesting that you can support as African parliamentarians is that between adaptation and mitigation, Africa must favor adaptation by emphasizing food security and community resilience. Secondly, you are also invited to develop the innovative funding for climate change, green and blue economies. We need to adopt a law that would force every citizen aged at least 12 years to plant a tree, and that will not require enormous funding. Thirdly, African parliaments must support advocacy in terms of reforms of global funding and to support innovative financial instruments. Fourthly, African parliaments must support the strengthening of Africa's participation in decisions that will emanate from COP30, and also to contribute to climate funding. African parliaments must support climate change funding to underdeveloped countries. That is a legal obligation. Number 6, and to conclude, Africa must say and repeat that the funding of adaptation should not be made from loans, but from subsidies. Honorable President, we'd like to tell you that we have begun a process of climate change funding. Thank you. We would like to ask you to express African solidarity for climate change, for climate justice and inclusion that lead to more sustainable solutions for our continent and our populations. Thank you very much. We will distribute this communication to you at a later stage. Thank you.
2 minutes. This time I'll cut off at 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Excellency, excellent speakers, delegates in this conference of speakers. I want to say that the Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, its work or its activities mainly are aligned to the aspiration 2 of the Africa 2063, which is an Africa that is more integrated and connected as defined in the African Union Strategic Plan 2024-2028, which is also aligned with the second 10-year implementation plan, Agenda 2063. I just want to make an appeal, because this is an opportunity to meet the speakers from all over the continent, that the Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration is actually very close to finalizing a model law on labor migration in Africa. And hopefully by the end of this year, we shall have adopted it at the Pan-African Parliament level. And therefore, I want to beseech you that when it comes to cascading it into the country parliaments, please give us your support. So I want to make that appeal. Now, in terms of the challenges, Your Excellency, we recently carried out a fact-finding mission in Tanzania, and we are planning to do another one in October in Ghana.
I think that's not why we called you here.
Yes.
Here we said trade justice and improved global market access to African products.
Yes.
So can we just focus on the issues?
I'm linking it to
please.
That. Yeah.
Please.
So the main challenges that we have basically is that the intra-African trade is one of the biggest challenges that we have. And this is because the road network and the railway network is not well developed on the continent. And as such, most of the products that and services that we sell within the continent, either we have to send them to different countries by air, which is of course very costly, or by sea, which takes a very long time. So that's one of the biggest challenges that might affect intra-African trade. The other one, of course, is that the free movement of people, goods, and services, as we were told yesterday, is not fully supported within the continent. And that remains a challenge because you cannot sell goods without allowing people to move across the borders seamlessly. The other one that I would want to make reference to is that
One minute more.
Thank you. There are also conflicts in the continent which are also hindering intra-African trade, and that also remains a very big challenge. Finally, there's introduction of trade barriers. When countries find it convenient, they introduce those barriers, and that affects the trading between the African countries. I want to say that when we tried to do a fact-finding mission on the Guided Trade Initiative, we realized that most of the goods that are sold within the African continent from one country to the other, apparently because of logistical challenges, they have to go through Europe, and that is not acceptable. So it's a challenge that we need to address, and I believe that the Conference of Speakers in Cape Town will be able to look at some of those challenges and be able to address them as expected. But of course, I should say that the establishment of the one-stop border post has been a great achievement for the continent, in the sense that now there is visible trade between countries, and that is very commendable. But of course, we need to expand these OSTPs across the continent so that there is seamless trade across the continent. I want to submit, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Yeah, just
Excellencies, at the conclusion of the discussions that have taken place, we are now to deal with the final communique, which has been prepared. It's quite lengthy in the estimation of the Secretariat, but also after consultation with the President, it's quite lengthy. And therefore, the proposal is that it be circulated once it has been translated for official adoption by this platform. And that instead, we proceed now with the closure. So the final communique will be translated and for adoption by round robin. With that, we will now move to the closing ceremony, which now only has one item. We were to receive closing remarks from the Parliament of South Africa. Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, who was part of the opening, is not here to give her remarks. I would therefore then call upon the President of the Pan-African Parliament to deliver closing remarks and then announcements thereafter. Thank you.
Your Excellency Speakers, I'm not going to give the typical closing The person who was supposed to deliver the closing remarks will be meeting here tomorrow for 2 days. So she'll be able to share what should have shared. Mine is only to say, I want to express the deepest gratitude for your attending this conference and sitting in this chamber up to this moment, 1 o'clock. It's about 1:05. We wanted to conclude at 1. Our esteemed speakers, esteemed presiding officers, we really feel humbled by your attendance, and then say, this is your platform. It's your platform, and we encourage you, we appeal to you that always attend. Some may not have attended for very good reasons, and we still salute them. We promise that the workshop or conference on AI will take place. In this meeting continues in another form from tomorrow in Cape Town, focusing on P20. Let's take it seriously. We've been invited by G20 to make an input and have recommendations into global affairs. It's a great opportunity that Parliament give us your input, your recommendations. What do you want our global heads of state to pursue or act on? That's what we're going to do in Cape Town as speakers. Parliaments have been left out, usually in governance issues. It has only been the executive. This time, P20, the global leaders are saying, parliaments, make your own submission to the G20 in November. So let's take it seriously. The same issues that we've been discussing here will re-emerge into another form as a submission to the G20. Otherwise, should I say thank you very much? Shukran, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, asante sana. Which one is left? Oh, merci French. It's the easiest after all. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Thank you very much. Can we clap louder than that? Yes, and show that way. Yes, thank you very, 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 very much. We look forward to our next gatherings as in this form. And we want to thank our presenter on AI, who has created an appetite for more AI dishes. I think at this juncture is only proper for me to say the technical team, we play the national anthems, AU, and I don't know in South Africa. Are you ready? Yes. I'm saying national anthem, technical team. Oh.
Just one for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend liberty and unity. To sing together, to hold the frame of destiny. Dedicate ourselves to fight together for love, see peace and justice on earth. Africa, essência do sol, essência do céu. Façamos da África da vida. Let's all unite and talk together. To give the best we have to Africa. They break the law, mankind, the fault of culture.
Thank you.
Through His Excellency the President, all excellencies are invited for lunch at the same venue of yesterday. And thereafter, transport will be provided to respective hotels. And for those leaving to the airport, likewise. The buses to the lunch are outside in the same place as they were yesterday. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. Bon voyage.